Welcome back to the internet, everyone. What's that you say? You've been on the internet the entire time? Maybe the stream is actually what's coming back. Usually my cat Tuco would be starring in this part of the stream, but he's sleeping upstairs, so we're gonna have to keep an eye on the stairs to see when he comes back down. In the meantime, it's just me and some robot parts. I mean, it's mostly robot parts as far as you can see. So, this is the newest piece here. This piece goes on top, oriented like that. And so these sort of bat wing kind of shapes are for supporting bolts that go in the sides here to hold the shell onto the enclosure, which we haven't designed yet, but sort of a forward-looking feature. And then there's a place for 4 bearings here to hold these 2 rollers. I've already got one installed. It's rolling away. And then there's also a place for an optical encoder, which will actually be measuring the travel of the cord. And that's pretty much it. This piece needs a little bit of clean out, but I already assembled one of these because I was having to tweak the size of the roller a little bit and save the other one to assemble on camera. And then this is the rest of the winch assembly. Hey Tuco, welcome back. Haven't really done anything with this since the last stream. Last time we looked at this, we were testing out the gears, lubricating them. There's a thin layer of Teflon lube all over a lot of things here now. It really does not take much, so I think next time I will be trying to apply way less lube than I did the first time. But yeah, the lube actually seems to be alright once it's kind of spread out and the excess is moved to the side. So, I'm going to disassemble this, but first step actually is to just unroll the cord that we have. Oh, Tuco wants to play, and my hands have lube on them now. Hey, little guy. Hey, little boy. Tuco, you want a bolt? Oh, he really wants this. What a weird cat. Anyway, let's get some power connectors. And welcome back to the stream, folks. Let me know how well the video is working for you. YouTube, I just noticed, is saying that the video container format is not correct, which is super weird because I don't think I've changed anything in the configuration and I've never seen this error before. But I'll have to see what might be causing that. Oh. That's an interesting question from Derek Kozel in YouTube chat, who asks, off topic, years ago you were interested in getting a software-defined radio. Did you ever get one? Yeah, I ended up, well, I've got one of the cheap RTL SDRs that are really easy to get, and I ended up getting a Hack RF a little while ago, well, quite a while ago at this point, from Michael Osman at DEF CON, back when everybody was getting one, and I did a little bit with that, but I still have not actually done a whole lot with software-defined radios. Let's see, let's give this a few volts. Let's get a better camera angle. The gears are a little bit squishy sounding again. I mean, not the gears themselves, but the lube in the gears. I wonder if I can position this light a little better, because that shadow is in exactly the wrong spot. Oh, is that way too bright? That's... None of those noises are helping. I'm gonna have to bring the light way over here to get rid of that shadow. I think I should just try a different angle. Sorry for the photography diversions. I wonder if it works kind of like that. Didn't really help the shadow problem, but I'm wondering if this angle might end up working better. Okay, cool. Got a couple of reports from chat that the video is clean, so maybe YouTube is just trying to coerce me into some new settings, but it's still working in some kind of compatibility mode. It's kind of weird. Well, it is a shame that I really need this at an angle to get the most out of the photography setup here, but I don't have an easy way of mounting it. Maybe I'll just lean this against something for now. I mean, this is a very temporary problem because I'm about to be mounting this differently, but right at the moment it's annoying. And if I just lean it where it was sitting, then that's actually leaning the spool against the desk, and it'll gouge another hole in my desk. I was just doing some editing on some kind of old video footage from last December, and some of the encoding settings there were definitely suboptimal, and it was making it hard for the editor to work with some of the footage. I had to transcode a couple of the clips before I could really edit them. Well, so the thing that I'm setting this up for is I want to add the sensors, basically put together the parts I have, and to run a software test that just moves the dummy weight up and down a bunch. And that'll tell me a bunch of things. Just generally how reliable the setup is. It'll tell me if the lube here turns out to be a problem, either acoustically or otherwise. Let's give this some more juice. 18 volts, how about? Whee! Why am I taking it apart, you might wonder? Well, I do actually need to get under the spool to put one more bolt in that we forgot while I was assembling it to test the gears. And I'll also need to run the cord through a couple of these rollers on the top that I'm about to add. The actual winch-bot would not want to run with such unpredictable tension like I'm giving it. It's part of what the load cell is going to be testing for. Oh, this is also an opportunity to assemble a spool with my new centerpiece. It avoids having the knot sticking out like in the center. You can also see the top has, oh, I just passed over the middle. That's fine. You can also see the top has quite a lot of wobble, and that's because that piece warped while I was printing it. And so I have some replacement pieces now that are not warped. Bill says quite loud. Well, that's running it at full power and right next to it, so I guess maybe it's all relative. I thought it was pretty quiet relative to what I was worried about. I mean, each of these winch bots will be like one per corner of the room. There will be another enclosure over this, which I also hope will damp out the sound rather than act as a resonator. And generally, I'm pretty happy with the noise level so far. And I think, I mean, there's obviously still some noise coming from the lube, which I can fix if that's still a problem by just taking off the lube or using something different. But if you ignore that, I'm not hearing any other noise from the soft gears, and most of the rest of the noise seems to be coming from the metal gearbox. And that one is still pretty quiet, so I'm pretty happy with this so far. Just undid the knot in the end of that so I could take the cord entirely out. Now I've got a huge pile of paracord on the floor, which I'll be wanting to wind up shortly. Tuco wants to play, and I want to find my socket set. Maybe I can do both of those. No dice, Tuco. There it is. Phil is suggesting mounting something with rubber vibration dampers. I'm assuming they're talking about the motor or maybe this entire core. I don't know. I mean, I'm not really worried about it so far. Maybe it sounds really loud over there, but I'm really not concerned about the noise level at this point. I'm trying to parse this question from Sam, who asks, it might have been asked or answered in previous videos, but how do you plan on dealing with if the line slips left or right and gets caught in the groove between the roller and the edge? The groove between the roller and the edge. I mean, I'm not really sure which roller you're talking about, but in general, all the rollers are designed so that there's something else in the system constraining them to keep them centered in that roller's length. So like, for example, this roller here, it's not going to get toward the edges because of this roller. And then this roller is not going to get toward the edges because this roller and the one up here set it in the other axis. So there should be systems of, you know, as long as the cord's under tension, which is then something that I'm trying to maintain via the control loop. Okay, so I think I can just take this off. I'll push these threaded rods through. That's better. Alright. So that piece is mostly good. This roller I'm swapping out because this one is really off-centered and so it doesn't roll very well. So that needs reassembly. I'm replacing this spool. Keeping the gear though, so I have to put some gloves on and get this gooey gear off of this spool and onto a different spool. So this just needs, I think this is easier to take apart if I can take the bolts off of this. So maybe in this case, I'll grab that bolt using pliers and then take this one off. There we go. Bearing and washer. And then we could keep this, but I've actually made a new version of this just with a printability improvement. So we could replace it with a new version if we wanted to, but that version is also completely usable, so I could keep using that. Trying to get the nut off of this side. The motor has a big old magnet in it. You can just spin the whole thing, back drive the worm gear motor. Doesn't seem amazing. There we go. That was pretty tightened up against the end. No longer. Okay. I should be able to start sliding this out. There we go. So I think I did that without damaging anything that I care about. So there's the motor with its soft gear and hard plastic hub. Not a lot of space to access that hole with the motor installed. And the motor is not really possible to take off without breaking the gear off of it, basically. So keeping these pieces, now to remove the gear and save it. I got something to put on my hands. Yeah, can wipe. Yeah, just in reference to Sam's question again, some of the rollers have like, kind of the traditional pulley shape where you have edges on the pulley to keep the cord centered. And that was helpful in some places, but you don't really want to rely on that too much because that just introduces a bunch of extra friction. And so in cases where it's really like, exactly what's on either side of the pulley, you can avoid having that lip and just turn the pulley into a flat roller. That was my approach, at least. Some of the small rollers have not been rolling super well because they're not printing totally circular, and so they get stuck in the low point. And I also had a different problem, which is what was afflicting this roller, where the inner diameter is actually too wide, so it sits on the threaded shaft at its low point, and so this whole thing just kind of wobbles instead of actually rolling. So I printed a replacement part for this, which I've not tested. I can do that in a sec. All right. On my camera if I can avoid it. I'll get the camera set first. Oh yeah, and then Phil's pointing out that ropes like wider rollers. That's totally true. I think I'm pushing my luck a little bit with these smaller rollers, but I was concerned with compactness on this assembly. I'm gonna need a spudger. All right. So I can lift this off of, there's like a lip on the top that keeps this gear from coming off. I can kind of lift it. I don't want to bend this gear too much. I could reprint this gear if I need to. It doesn't take that long to print one of these. another spudger to stick under there now. Or maybe pliers that I don't mind getting lube on. I think I'd rather spudger, both because it's easier on the plastic and easier to clean. Another metal spudger would be really handy for this though. Maybe I can make this problem slightly easier. I'm just going to cut away the lip that this is sitting on, so I can slide it off. Because I don't need the red part. The red part's an old version that I'm replacing. That little ring on the edge is what's actually holding it down. So without that, it kind of slides off. You know, it doesn't slide that well because the print is a little bumpy, but except for that, it actually, like, that's by far the main thing holding it on. There we go. Let's try to put this back on. This was mostly just an effort to not get lube on the handles of that tool, which I may or may not be successful at, but let's try. Ooh, that's coming off a little easier. This'll do it. Okay, well, we have an easy way of destructively disassembling this then. Relatively easy. Okay, man. It is semi-flexible, as the name suggests. Semi-flex. Alright, and then this stuff, let's put this aside. I can disassemble that with one glove on probably. And then this I can go ahead and put on the new piece while I've still got the gloves on. Oh, this piece still needs some cleaning, but let's also make sure I get the orientation on this right. Yeah, just had to check that against the other gear. Okay, so this, I'm going to try not to get lube on most of this part because I still want to do the rest of the cleanup and assembly, but I'm just going to try to stretch this onto the center hub and push it down. Oh, that went easy. Wow, cool. Surprisingly so. It's probably a little easier the second time because the part stretched out a little bit. Okay. Well, I'm going to take off one of these then. And now I want to take the shaft out, and then the rest of this can just go. I can throw this away because I don't really want to recycle this plastic that's covered in lube with the equipment that I have here. So far, my approach to PLA reuse has been, I've only really found a use for the kind of fairly structurally intact pieces, and those I kind of just save as like random bits of material to use for stuff. But actually getting into re-extruding PLA, I've been looking into that occasionally, but the equipment to do that still gets pretty pricey, especially if you actually want to produce consistent, good quality results. I still have some lube on my hand, I think. Small amounts of this stuff get very slippery. There we go. So I just drove two nuts against each other, and now I can take the shaft out with a regular driver. Michaela's asking if I got rid of the excess lube. I mean, sort of. I made an attempt at it, wiped it with a Kim wipe a little bit, and I mean, just by running it, the gears displaced the lube, so I guess the answer to your question would be sort of. I mean, I've done some of it. There's certainly more of it that I could do. Yeah, most of the rollers are pretty wide in here. The ones that are skinny are in pretty space-constrained areas. So I could try to make those rollers wider, but it's not necessarily the easiest change at this point. So this piece I'm done with. We now have replacement. So now we have these three. Cool. Okay, small layer of lube on everything. So these pieces, oh, why did I do that? These pieces, you'll notice, have these little kind of arc-shaped reliefs. That was actually for printability. This allows the whole exterior of the part to act kind of like a super-powered brim, which is the kind of thin surrounding that holds the part down to the printer bed. And so this allows the outside to be just this kind of super beefy brim, and then you have almost kind of a suspension bridge shape that holds that, that holds the rest of the plastic down using the force of that brim. And then I don't necessarily need to trim the stuff out from these holes, but it just seems kind of incomplete if I don't. Just doing it with the end of the knife is probably a little easier. Maybe I just need to use a deburring tool on this. Actually, let's give that a shot. thought I knew where my deburring tool was. Apparently I don't. So, I don't know. I'm gonna try not to spend too much time on this, because this could easily get kind of too detail focused, but there's also brim on the interior holes on these spools, but I didn't even bother clearing that out last time. I just used percussive installation to attach the two pieces, and that worked beautifully. So I think we'll go back to that same approach. Michaela's asking what my print surface is. It's PEI. This is on the printer without a heated bed. This part is pretty intense for warping though. The bottom has many solid layers that are all printed in a circle, so it's pretty much the worst case. This knife might be getting a little dull. Michael is asking me how many solid layers do I do. I mean, it's different for all these parts. I'd have to look at the specific G code. I usually just specify it in millimeters. It's something around 2 millimeters for these parts. Like, these parts have to be really strong on the bottom, but the rest of it doesn't really, so that's where I added the strength. Like, a lot of the parts I have to print for this project have aspects of them that are very structural, and that's one way I've done that, is to just put all of that on the bottom, then print top and bottom really thick, and then more moderate infill elsewhere. Is that all of them? Yeah. Okay, that piece is done for now. I might as well also clear off the brim in the very center. Alright. Okay, and this one I can hold a little more easily because it's not covered in lube. Let's also replace this knife blade. Does this help? Seems like it. Now I've got a knife. This kind with the very sharp tip is actually not perfect for this job, but I had a pack of them handy. Oh man, a deburring tool might actually be really good for this. I have one somewhere. I mean, I could leave these on. I think the main reason, I mean, partly it just kind of feels messy to leave them on, but partly I feel like they might start to deteriorate and then leave little bits of plastic that end up getting stuck in stuff. I don't know, the brim, see, like this stuff, these just kind of come off in flaky little bits and then would potentially gum up the works. Or at least, I don't know, have my winch leaking little bits of red plastic all over the place. Doesn't sound nice. Trying to figure out what kind of relationship to have with the Bay Area. I don't really like it here, but I'm trying to figure out what balance of I should stay, because it's hard to find the same kind of a thing elsewhere. You know, opportunity cost, like, not that this is a great place, but at least I have something that kind of works here, versus everything else there might be that might actually work a lot better. Might be easier to find friends, might be cheaper. Almost certainly be cheaper, but depends on how much. So a lot of people suggest moving to the Seattle area, which seems nice. It's probably not cheaper enough to make it worth the move, though. I used to have a social group here that I kind of liked, and now I'm just like afraid of the entire concept of a group of people. It just seems like, oh, a group of people, they must be up to no good. They must be creating some culture that's just going to end up causing problems for other people. I feel like this is one of those activities that doesn't have to be relaxing, but certainly can be. Maybe it's relaxing if you let it. Oh, cool! Another vote for Seattle. Yeah, I've got some good recommendations for the area for sure. But then I'm also just not sure how much of the problem is the area and how much of it is me and how much of it is what I'm trying to do. So I keep thinking that regardless of whether or not I leave, it feels like there's a lot here that I never really figured out how to try. I was talking to kind of an online friend about this recently, and they mentioned something that still kind of stuck with me, that maybe one of the problems with this area is that, or one of the problems that I'm running into at least, is that some of the people who are really good at being kind of social connectors between different people are also really good at hurting the people around them. Because I guess part of my desperation is just feeling like those two things are really closely linked. Like, like, oh, I suck at just finding people on my own. I tend toward being a hermit. And it was really cool when I could hang out with people who acted like social connectors and could find people that were compatible at hanging out together and we could work on stuff, and that was all nice. But then I just started to notice that, well, okay, a lot of the patterns that these people are using just end up leaving people hurt a lot. And maybe some of that's just human nature, but it was hard not to blame the organizers for a lot of what I saw. And of course, if you're a person who just wants to connect people socially, you certainly wouldn't want to have anything to do with people who are going to care about whether or not people are getting hurt, because that's like counter to things that you want to care about, right? It's a recipe for ostracism. Oh, and then Denver and Portland are two more suggestions. Yeah, those are interesting places. I don't know as much about Portland. I need to do some more searching for how expensive it is and what the place is like, and see how it compares to Seattle. But yeah, I mean, I guess part of the question I need to answer is like, well, if I do want to commit to moving again, I mean, my intuition is like, I don't know if I have it in me to try going to another city and trying to find like a social situation that I can handle. Maybe I'm better off just going out into the middle of nowhere and not even trying that anymore. And just, because I've done that in the past too. That's like how I survived the first couple of decades of my life, basically. And I could do that again. I was hoping to find something better, but maybe there isn't anything better. And Denver, I lived near Denver for actually quite a while. I never actually lived in Denver, and so, yeah, it does seem interesting to try Denver. And I mean, I know more about Colorado than I do about a lot of places because I used to live there. One thing that makes it complicated is that I did live there in the past, so it would feel like traveling back in time to some extent. And I still have family in that area, which would be weird. I mean, it might be alright, but it would certainly complicate things. But yeah, I don't know, moving is really hard, especially with all this stuff, and this place I'm in is actually pretty good. I don't know if I'd be able to find something that is sort of similarly good for my particular requirements, but the Bay Area definitely hasn't been good for my mental health being here. It doesn't seem to have people that are compatible with my way of being a human. Like, I like people that I can work on projects with, that are okay with, like, some closeness and some distance. I don't know. This place is going to be great for Tuco Flyer. Like, I have to get this project working before I move, right? And maybe if this is awesome enough, then I don't know. Like, this place is expensive, but there's a lot of ways that I can maybe imagine it working out to stay here long term. I mean, right now I'm just, I don't know. Still trying to figure out what's actually going to work and what's just wishful thinking, I guess. And I do think I should do more workshops here. I did run in-person workshops in the past for like basic electronics and making things with LEDs, that kind of stuff. And there were a couple of sort of weird personal reasons why I kind of got rapidly burned out with that kind of thing. But I've been trying to get over that, and I really should, and doing more workshops seems like another good way to pay the rent here. Just broke off the very tip of that X-Acto knife. I'm going to put it in some tape so that I don't embed it in my skin, because it could certainly go there. Maybe the fundamental problem here is, as a hermit workaholic, how do you meet friends who are also hermit workaholics? Anyway, I think that is all cleared up. Let's clean off these a little bit while we're on a cleaning spree. These, as I said, don't need a lot of cleaning because I'm just going to brute force them into place. So maybe I'm not going to worry about that stuff so much. I also forgot that the spacings ended up working out like this, but you can actually take two of these spool cores and stick them together. Actually makes kind of a nice little gear drive kind of thing. How neat, Derek in chat just left the Bay Area and moved to Wales. That sounds interesting. Yeah, I'm right there with Michaela, who says people are hard. I've just kind of accepted that I have to leave my apartment and force myself to dehermitize. Still working on actually doing that. Yeah, I've certainly been there, but I feel like I went through this cycle where, like, okay, I was there, I just have to force myself to do things. And then I just did that for a while, eventually found some stuff that worked. Then that eventually led to some people that I thought were good. And then that eventually led to me getting hurt really, really badly and not wanting to do that for a long time, and I'm still kind of getting over that. So trying to figure out what to do about all of that. I think we need... Let's take this apart too while we're taking stuff apart. Speed washers. Okay, so this is the one that is very loose fit. So this one goes in the garbage, or even just into the 3D printing scrap, because a cylinder might be useful. Oh, there's the cat. Let's get a better cat cam. We've been missing out. Yeah. Alright, here's the replacement for that piece. I think this is the replacement. Yeah. So this one is also... Well, this one's maybe a little on the tight side, but I think doable. I think this one just needs to be cleaned out. A lot of these 3D prints, it's been difficult to size it just right on these interior diameters when it really matters, like on these axles. And part of that is because the printer tends to leave these little unevenness, little like boogers on the inside as it skips up to the next layer. So far the most reliable strategy I found is to calibrate that inner diameter to some extent in the STL file, but then to also clean up the hole on the inside with a drill bit. So let's do that. And I think, which one did we decide on? Not that one. So let's try just tidying it up with this drill bit. See if that gets us any further. I might have to open up the diameter a bit more, but that'd be nice not to. The difference between this one and the one that's way too big is only a difference of like 0.2 millimeters in the diameter. close are we there? Oh, Oh, is this the right print? Maybe this is the one that was way too tight, and then I printed this one. Maybe I'm getting these confused. That would explain why this is way too tight. Okay. It's possible this is also an old version of the print. Let's try this one. Oh, this feels right. I'm going to clean this one out with the drill too, but okay. I think this is also an old print. Getting confused with those. Yeah, I'd put that one on off camera, and then I was actually having trouble getting it off. I thought I would actually have to use the induction heater to get it off, and I thought that might make an interesting video. So I was putting it aside for that, but I don't think we'll need to go there quite yet, as fun as that may be. Oh, you want me to mute the audio? Here. I'm using a compressor. It's not like there isn't a compressor, it's just, yeah, it could use some adjustment. Here. Hi, was that better? William said no, the audio died. That was intentional. That was because nobody likes hearing the drill. Well, this is tight, but I think I can drive it on now. Let's see if I can make it. Yeah, I mean, I have a compressor. I could tune it better, but you know, audio engineering is hard. I can't always have all the settings right all the time. And the audio setup for streaming tends to be a little conservative because I'd much rather not have any clipping than have like perfectly optimal levels for all of the dialogue all the time, because that improves the ability to edit this stuff later. This is working. I'm just threading this rod, basically. Oh, I could be using the power drill for this. Or I could be building upper arm strength, which seems useful. Oh yeah, look at that. Getting ripped with this socket set. It's almost all the way through, actually. I'm probably gonna have to do the same thing for the spool, though. I don't think my hands are gonna have the energy for that. All right, let's finish this up with a drill. Where's the socket set? socket set is leaking sockets. Yeah, that's nice. Of course, when I do that, I don't have the hand attachment handy. Okay. Let's try speed washers on both sides of the of these. I think there's room. So washer, bearing, washer, nut. That feels pretty nice. I think I left a good bit of additional clearance along that axis, but I guess we'll find out if I didn't. Right, that assembly. All right, nice and squishy. Cool. So we'll set that aside for a sec, and then let's assemble another one of these hubs. So first step is going to be sticking this through there with the hammer. So I'm going to make sure this is started in the right location, so I'm just going to kind of push this a little bit to break through that first layer or so and get it centered. Maybe it's easier to do this way at the risk of getting a little bit of lube on my desk. Yeah, so you can kind of see where this is going. So that breaks through the top there, and you can see there's kind of a little T-shaped hole for each of those. Oh, does this not even need a hammer? Wow, well I'm definitely going to finish it with the hammer, but that goes in easier than I expected. Great. That's better. Some shmoo in my gears now. There we go. Cool. And a shaft. Do we get shafted today? Oh, that's a good question. William is asking if I ever did an overview of the whole equipment rack and the way it was set up. You know, I didn't quite get it to the decisive endpoint that I was looking for. There's still some stuff that I had planned to do that I didn't really get around to, but it's obviously been working well enough for day-to-day operations here, so yeah, I guess my answer would be I haven't actually done that yet, and I really should. Okay, so I'm getting it started by hand, but then I'm going to go in with the power drill again. I just want to tighten these against each other. is that shaft super bent? I think that shaft might be super bent. Why is this shaft super bent? Maybe I put this shaft aside. Okay, not the one I want to use for a spool axle. This one would work fine for holding the frame together. I might save it for that. So I'll just stick this over here. Is this one any better? This one looks pretty true. Until I bend it. Yeah, this is fine. I know this plier is the wrong tool for that, but it's just barely working well enough. And I can get it into that really tiny hole that I need to get it into later. There we go. Now more of that. Keep accidentally touching the lube on the gear. I'm sure my fingers are going to be slippery until I wash them. So that's pretty close. Let's see how we're doing on the axle position by putting all the pieces on here. Oof. There we go. Oh. So there's a question about why the audio might be slowly panning to the left and right. I think that might be a filter I have set up in Ableton. The intent was for it to be really, really subtle, but maybe if you're noticing it, it's too distracting. Okay, I need more of those washers. Oh, there's the spanner. Okay, well since we have these washers, we might as well put them on these inner edges too, because that seems pretty useful to keep the squishing plastic from impacting the shield on the bearings and slowing them down. So I'll do that. And a nut, and then a similar arrangement on the other side. I don't know if I actually have enough clearance for those on the inside as I'm thinking about it. And I don't think it's necessary. I think the bump that I made into the plastic will take care of the same job of making sure that we're only contacting the bearing around the inner race. So let's take those out. Those will end up pushing the bearings a little bit further apart, which I didn't really account for in the design. So let's just have this on the outside. So, something like that. That seems alright. Let's tighten that. I might also put just a tiny bit of Loctite on this. It might be premature though, I can always do that later. Let's try a little bit. I already started doing this a tiny bit to the top rollers because I didn't really have a good way of tightening down the screws otherwise. This stuff is really easy to overdo it though, so I was just applying a tiny bit with a toothpick to keep the nuts from backing themselves off, but hopefully to allow me to break this when I need to. Dipping the toothpick in a little bit of Loctite, and I think I might have not gotten quite enough. When I was just doing this off camera, it was on an M6 nut, and this one's M8, and so maybe the extra surface area means I need a little more. I'm also just having surface tension problems with getting the blob of glue to be right at the end here. Thanks, surface tension. An embarrassing feeling when you were just doing it off stream and it was so easy, and now you're discovering maybe it's not always that easy. Maybe it was because I was using a clean toothpick before, and this time I was reusing the same toothpick. Let's try a new toothpick. Oh, that time I got way more than I wanted. I think I got enough in there that time. Just a tiny bit. I got it in the upper threads here, and I'm not sure if it's run down into the lower threads sufficiently. Okay, well, try this one. Yeah, this strategy worked a lot better on the smaller bolts. And the M8s, maybe something closer to the original applicator tip was a little better. I just feel like I'm probably failing at applying a small enough amount that this is going to be easier to take apart, but that's fine. There we go. That's definitely enough. Just a little bit. Okay. That's more like what I was trying to do on the other side. Splurt. Alright, well that's plenty. Not worrying about that one coming apart for a while, unless I give it some decent torque. Okay, set that aside for a sec. Let's work on the top roller assembly. It's the newest 3D printed piece. Well, one of the newest at least. Got this fancy little roller. This was the one that I successfully applied a tiny bit of Loctite to with a toothpick. And so I wanted to do another one of those. That worked pretty nicely. But this piece is still pretty fresh off the printer. I haven't actually cleaned up most of the brim or support material off of it. Let's do a little bit of that too. Knife. I had some more of these kind of anti-warping holes up here. This piece was warping a lot at the corners. But I think part of that at first was because I was trying to print this with a very thick bottom, and so I decreased that. And this was actually printed at more of my normal settings, which I think is more like 0.8mm shells. It still seems like it's probably stiff enough. But if it's the first part to break, then we know what to improve. This one's also, like, these side wings are not really load-bearing. Like, that's holding the enclosure on the robot, which will be there to prevent anybody from getting hurt on the mechanism mostly, but also maybe for sound damping. And so this needs to be able to hold something that doesn't wobble around as the robot's operating, but it doesn't really need to hold much weight. How's the cat cam? It's doing all right. Strings. This is a weird shape to clean strings out of. It's kind of strange. Clean enough to start mounting stuff in. Not completely clean, but I can keep picking at it if I care. Certainly clean enough. Let's try putting another roller in. This was another old roller. I think this one's the current design. So it needs, yeah, a roller. I think this is an M6 by 40 bolt, M6 nut, some bearings. So let's not put that on until I'm really ready to commit, because this is about ready to go. I should go get a pile of bearings. Ah, good cat. Pile of bearings. Couple of 606 bearings. Oh, Derek is asking, for the edges, would sandpaper or a file work well, or is a knife more effective? I haven't tried a file on this recently. Files, in my experience with 3D prints, tend to clog up really quickly, and so it hasn't been an amazingly good tool. My two favorite things to use are knives and sanding sponges, because they tend to be good at taking off edges and just generally smoothing out parts. But sanding tends to be pretty slow going with PLA, whereas a knife will really quickly just leave you a nice clean edge. This is a little bit annoying. Holding the roller without it sliding is pretty hard. I think the way I did this before was to use pliers and something grippy, like I think I used a shop towel, but let's use a Kim White because that's what I've got handy. Sounds like it's going the right direction. Yeah, that's good. And then a nut and a tiny bit of Loctite on this side. And I didn't have a good way of giving myself a relief for... Oh, that's right. This needs a little bit of cleaning up around the nut hole. The nut holes on this are really, really not quite big enough, but I was limited by how much space I had, so I tried to do my best. Yeah, it's interesting. People have different opinions about 3D printers. Like, some people see FDM printers and they're like, oh, look at all those inaccuracies, I could never use that. But then I have been kind of unexcited by resin-based printers, mostly because I'm interested in, you know, stuff that has like these larger, more functional parts. And it's, in my experience, or at least from what I've seen from research, because I don't have a resin printer, but when I've researched them, it seems like they're really much more for small, intricate things, not for just like big, getting the job done kind of functional parts. Whereas, you know, like regular 3D printing with FDM is not super glamorous these days, but it seems like you can do a lot of really actually quite useful stuff with it. So, I mean, obviously if you're in like jewelry or model making, you probably want more like an SLA printer, but for making robots at home, FDM is super useful. I might have over-tightened this one a little bit. I'm gonna back this one off just a tiny bit and then add the Loctite. Oh, Daniel says this is not fun to watch. Yeah, that's acceptable. That's cool. You don't have to watch it. I'm gonna have to do this anyway, so. Although if you have any suggestions for what might make it more fun, or like something else you'd like to see, that'd be cool too. I mean, but I appreciate the honesty. What do you like to watch instead that is fun? That's kind of the point behind most of these streams. It's like, well, I'm going to be doing this stuff. I'm going to be talking to the camera for most of this anyway. I guess I might as well invite you along. It's like sitting on the thread right above where I want it to go. There we go, got a little bit down in the layer that I care about. Microhex is saying that it can't really produce strong, fine details. Oh, you're 3D printing like a letter press kind of thing. That seems difficult, yeah. That does seem like something where machining might be a really nice option, but certainly difficult. Okay, the next piece that goes in here is the encoder. surprised, and someone in the YouTube chat is asking, I guess Heath McKenzie is asking, is that a cat sleeping? That is a cat sleeping. His name is Tuco. He helps out a lot with these things. Alright, I think these parts should be coming off of my previous prototype. Yeah, let's disassemble this the rest of the way. It's already mostly disassembled, but screwdriver. Phillips head. That's better. Oh man, there's a lot of stuff on the internet that is not fun to watch. But there's also other stuff. I'm going to have to desolder that to get it off the amplifier. In fact, since I'm going to be shortening this wire quite a bit, let's just cut this and then leave the wire color so that we know what goes where. It's pretty easy to figure out. The color code, we figured this out before by measuring resistances, and the red and black are the excitation power supply, and then green and white are the two ends of the resistor bridge. So this is the voltage coming into the amplifier. Pretty easy to figure out. All right. This screw is not actually holding anything in. This just acts as reinforcement for the mount on the load cell. Oh yeah, Treehouse Man in chat asks what that board is for. It's a breakout for the HX711, which is an analog digital converter that's specially designed for reading load cells. So yeah, it's basically what you'd find inside of a digital scale. And here I'm using it for feedback so that I know how much tension is on the cord that this winch is driving. Idler. Might not be using this in the new design, so that might get further disassembled. Same deal with this. This might be further disassembled because I don't think the new design is going to have a weird, wider idler like this one. A widely shaped idler. Yeah, I don't like Phillips. I think I had those Phillips head because they came in some kind of screw kit and I didn't have any other M4 screws, but most of my stuff is like metric Allen key kind of stuff, like regular hex head screws. Alright, you can see that. Alright, so we've got some nuts to take out back here. And then the actual encoder. Oh wow, microwave horde antennas. I wonder if that's using like a conductive coating on the inside or with conductive 3D printing filaments. Oh, metallic paint. Neat. Yeah, the conductive filaments are carbon loaded, so they're very, very lossy. They would work out really well if you're trying to make something that absorbs microwaves, but I wouldn't really think of them as a waveguide material. But it would be really nice to see a way to, like maybe there's a way to coat it with something just on the surface to improve conductivity. I guess that's pretty much what the paint is. Somewhere I have a wrench. Here it is. I want to take this out. I don't really need to right now, but it's bugging me. Same strategy. Oh, I was looking for the buried nut, but that isn't in this version of the design. That's in the next version. Oh, sorry about that noise. Let's just take this out quick with the drill. I mean, the plastic's fine, it's just not a good sound. But yeah, didn't want that dragging on. And then this has a weird off-axis kind of set screw that loosens just a bit. And that comes off. And then I use a different wrench. Same screws, same encoder, different plastics. So finally done with this prototype. It can go to the box of plastic to be repurposed. Now let's see if this all fits. There we go. I was trying to pick, there's a couple of different sets of bolt holes and only one of them match the diameter we have here. And then I also want to pay attention to the angle this exits out of. But it looks like that's a viable orientation. Cool. It's nice to have that fit. Oh, a couple of good questions in the YouTube chat. Linux asks, or says, it's fun to watch while waiting for your own 3D printed parts to work. Yeah, I think that's true. I like kind of co-working with other people who are working. I find it useful to do that with other people's streams and long videos. And then Maximum Entropy asks, is the coaster melt project dead? Which is a good question. I wonder that myself sometimes. It's definitely hibernating. I mean, it kind of, I mean, basically the story behind that is it was a reverse engineering effort to kind of open up the firmware on a particular rewritable Blu-ray drive, mostly for kind of trying to experiment with using the laser in new ways. So I had, dreams of using it to map out the surface of disks, or using it to burn kind of holographic patterns onto disks that would then interact with like a laser pointer to produce like holographic graffiti. Was kind of the pie in the sky project that I was proposing. So it was an interesting thing. I was trying to bring together a few different things that I like in that project. I wanted something that had an end goal that kind of might work and might inspire people, and then I wanted it to be. Oh, this is not quite as tight as I thought it was, because I think there was a little bit of plastic that was in the process of giving, and now it's actually much. When you get it totally flat, it actually snugs down much better. So, I don't know, I wasn't quite sure where I was going with the coaster melt project. It started out as just kind of this burst of activity where it's just like, I just want to do this thing. And it was partly to see if I could do it, and partly to see if I could get other people interested. So, the gap after, after I did the couple of coaster melt videos I did, I didn't really work on it for a while, and that was partly for personal reasons. There's a lot of stuff in my personal life was exploding right then. But it was also partly because, I kind of got that project to a stage where I thought it would be fun for other people to play with it, and then I stepped back from it for a little while because I didn't want to lick all the cookies. I didn't want to take all the really interesting work for myself. So there's a little bit of wobble here, but that's normal. That's due to the design of this piece, and I'm not really that concerned about it, but if it's a problem, I can replace this piece. Adjust the spacing so this is centered within these rollers. So I stepped back a little bit to give other people a chance to step in, but also because I didn't have as much opportunity to just work on it myself. And in the meantime, I got a little bit of interest. It looked like some people tried to poke around on it. I didn't see people publish a whole bunch of progress on it, but it certainly might be that people worked on it, but I never really heard about a lot of it. And then more recently, I think somebody was looking into it and mentioned that the particular Blu-ray drives that I used have gotten really hard to find. So it might be that, you know, to get back into it, maybe the first step is to take that work and figure out, like, okay, what is the most recent drive that uses a derivative of that chipset and port the work forward to that. Oh, that is seriously wobbly. That might be a problem, but... So yeah, it might require some porting. I'm also just not really quite sure where, like, what the result I'm hoping for is, because I was really hoping that would be an on-ramp to working on that with other people and, like, sharing more of the process. But, like, that particular level of just, like, working on this thing night and day and then editing video, like, for a couple of weeks straight, like, that... I mean, I don't know. I mean, that kind of is the same thing I'm doing. I mean, I'm basically just, like, working constantly on this stuff. But, like, that particular pace was clearly not sustainable. And I think the thing that I was hoping for, which was that being, like, a jumping off point to interacting with with other people on the same project, that didn't really come to fruition. And so it kind of caused me to step back and think, well, what am I doing wrong? How can I get more people engaged? What is my actual goal here? Can't tell if this piece is more bent than it was last time I'm using it, or if there's just something horribly wrong with the design. Let's try putting it on there again and not tighten it and see how wobbly it is. Nicholas says I can map the wobble and compensate in software, maybe. I don't think so. I'm not going to know. This isn't an absolute encoder, first of all, so but I don't think... Like, the wobble is not changing the diameter, so I don't know how much of it how much of that I care about. It makes the cord wiggle side to side a little bit, but that's pretty inconsequential. And that's still pretty much on there without tightening that. And just to verify, the shaft is not wobbly, the mount is not wobbly. It's definitely this that's wobbly. I don't know if it's more wobbly than last time. It was definitely wobbly last time. It might be more wobbly, but it still seems like it's good enough. No third line with an absolute point. No. No, it's a relative encoder. That's probably fine. Let's just test it. If you ignore the wobbling of that outer part and just look at that inner surface, like, it changes angle a little bit, but it doesn't really change diameter much. I'm just gonna try this out. So this piece is done for now. This mounts onto the top. Oh, right. Next up is putting the flat roller together. Where is the flat roller? Here's another plastic piece that I have to assemble with a bearing. Oh, here it is. Alright, so this is another idler. It is actually very similar to this one, but this one doesn't have the kind of lips on the edge to hold the cord on, and it has a much wider diameter. So I think I was just going to press this on with a little vise. Let's finish that job. And just to give this a little bit more, like, I think I'm going to need to press this a little bit inset, so I'm going to use another bearing as a bearing press. Oh! All the Gear No Idea in YouTube chat is asking, what's the fault that causes the part to wobble? That's a really good question. I didn't really go over that, did I? I think that the problem is... Well, I'm not exactly sure, to tell you the truth. I don't know whether it's a problem with the design or something that's gotten worse over use. I think it's that the actual shaft within the 3D printed capstan has gotten kind of compressed on one side and that causes it to wobble. But it could also be due to the way it's printed. Like, I might just have to go back and check the G-code and see if there was something I did that caused it to be non-uniform. I might just have to reprint it and be more careful this time. So yeah, I don't know exactly what the problem is, and that's part of why I've been having a hard time diagnosing it. The next step there is to do more trying to figure out what the problem is. It's just, the point that I keep getting to is like, oh, it's not actually that bad, so I haven't gotten around to fixing it. I should fix it at some point, but at this point it seems like I have bigger concerns, like, does the whole mechanism actually work at all? Not the easiest way to do this. Probably not the best for the bearings, but these are pretty light-duty applications. Okay, let's try that. I think that's all the way in. Yeah. So we've got this solid roller thing with the bearing kind of set into it. And then that should fit pretty nicely on another one of these M6 bolts. What kind of M6 bolt? Is it one of these? It needs to be shorter than this. This is M6 by 40. I think I need an M6 by 35. I have 35, but I have 30. I think this must be what I designed it for. Yeah, this looks right. So this goes on the top. I could use a spacer washer. Let's put a spacer washer in there if I have one. All the spacer washers I have are kind of big, so maybe what I have to do instead is clean up the area under there. I tried to build a spacer into the 3D print, but it's scraping a little bit. So maybe this is just an area I need to do some cleaning. Yeah, that could use some cleaning. Let's take this off. This is in the way. This area is kind of rough because it had to print on top of supports. This flat bottom area was on top of the build plate. This whole edge could go. Alright, so some of that was just cosmetic. I think this area around the center hub is what I really need to clean up. Let's try that out. That seems better. Let's also use a little cleaning around this screw hole. This kind of got a little wide because it was right up against the build plate when I printed it. Oh, my phone really wants me to pay attention. Oh. My dad sent me a text message while he was hiking. That doesn't usually happen. A lot of this frustration over the Bay Area has been me trying to figure out how much of a hermit to be. My dad is a super hermity kind of guy, and I kind of worry about following in his footsteps. But maybe it works for some people. Maybe it works for me. For a while I was just accepting invitations to speak and teach classes and just do stuff with people. And I could make myself do it, and it kind of worked, but it was super draining, and like at the end of the day it was not really what I like all it was kind of sucking energy out, and then me having to kind of pretend that it didn't. It was like, oh no, that was fine. And it was really hard for it to feel like something that could continue. That's probably alright. I might also do my toothpick of Loctite for this particular knot too. Good old roller. I don't want it to be super tight. Oh, an island near Seattle. See, that's starting to speak my language. Maybe that is my destiny, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, if I'm gonna do that, I probably need to convince myself that the problem is really the area and not me. And I'm not really sure what to do to make that happen. I keep getting the Loctite stuck on the kind of the body of the toothpick, like not quite the very tip, and then it's just not useful. Maybe that's the thing. Maybe you just need to drop like right at the tip, and that's the problem I keep running into. I think that was starting to get it. The ratio of Loctite that's ending up where I want it to just elsewhere is pretty low. Oh, if I kind of tap the nut with the toothpick, I can get the Loctite to kind of flow down there a little bit. I think that's enough. I'd rather underdo it than overdo it here. Oh, a Loctite syringe. That sounds wonderful. I should look for that. Yeah, I was just thinking a syringe would make this nice. I have like a bunch of empty glue syringes, but I think the amount of Loctite that would be required to fill that to a useful level would be kind of ridiculous. Okay, so I got that. I think at this point, maybe the next couple of steps to do are to put the load cell and the top bracket on here. Maybe we'll start with the load cell, because that's handy. So that just fits in there. And I think we're using these two screws. These are M4 by, I think, 20. And yeah, I guess I didn't really answer the question about coaster melt, really, like, you know, am I going to go back to it? That's still kind of an open question. Like, it's one of the many things that I could spend time on right now. It's just, I don't know if it's actually worth going back to that versus doing a new thing, kind of the usual time allocation questions. Do I not have any screws longer than this? I think this is a little undersized. I think I was using the screws in this kit. Yeah, I think these are M4 by 25. Oh, M5. These are M5? Really? Okay, these are M5 by 25, but they're still the longest ones I have, so I'm going to assume I took that into account in the CAD model and keep driving these in. We could check the CAD model, but we could also just keep going. Oh. So Nicholas asks, is the load cell custom? Does it have a Googleable part number? I don't have a part number for it, but if you go to eBay and search for 5 kilogram load cell, you'll see a bunch of these. It's just the common kind you find in digital scales. And then Robert is asking if I could do a PIC security bit bypass using the nail polish method. Oh, is that where you use like a xenon lamp or something and try to apply some energy to just the fuse relevant parts of the circuit? That could be interesting. That requires decapping, right? I don't have really a setup for decapping safely here unless it's via non-chemical methods, but I have some ceramic picks that I could try opening. So that might be easy to do, or at least easy to get started with. Or DIY CMOS. You mean like CMOS fabrication? Okay, so I'm tightening these somewhat. There we go. So that, cool. So we've got the load cell now mounted in here. This end is free to flux a little bit, and we can measure that. And then these wires will attach to the circuit board right down there, which we can mount with heated inserts, but we can attach that later. The load cell going in with those screws kind of needed to go on before we could put the spool in, you know. Oh, and then, is it Andre? It says, I love the streams and YouTube stuff you do. You mentioned sometimes other work. Can I ask what your other work consists of? Yeah, it varies a lot. I mean, right now, this is all I'm doing. I'm spending as much time as I can focusing on these. So, you know, I wake up and I spend pretty much all the time I can stand to spend working on this stuff and editing videos and doing CAD, preparing for future streams, and just generally doing this. And I'm trying to make that work by you know, mostly Patreon at this point, although I have some other ideas for pulling in money to pay rent with, by, you know, selling things or going back to doing workshops. So there's that. Then there's also stuff which is not so much under the envelope of like stuff that I do for myself, but like client work. And so that varies a lot. It kind of is stuff that I take when the opportunity comes up. And so, yeah, I mean, I've done it kind of off and on. I was working with Sanrio for a while, doing basically the same kind of stuff, just in a different context for, you know, kind of producing reverse engineering video and stuff for them. And that was all right. It was a good opportunity. It didn't end up being quite the like work environment fit that I ended up wanting, but it was a good experience, I guess. And then there was also some stuff that was more like just individual contract jobs, like you know, there's a company that makes like little Bluetooth communicator doodads, and they needed an audio codec, so I worked on that for a little while. And, you know, just like little things that I can do that I can earn some money with, but I try not to get too involved with like startup internals, because that stuff tends to be a big mess. But I certainly have ended up there in the past. But yeah, so I guess, you know, I have a whole range of stuff that I know how to do that I can do, but I'm still working on trying to find stuff that seems like a good mix of I know how to do this, and I like doing it, and it seems sustainable, and it seems like helpful for the people around me. Because I've certainly spent a lot of time just working, you know, in Silicon Valley and working just generally at tech companies doing stuff that is interesting, and I can like sustain myself with how interesting it is to some extent, but it doesn't really seem super useful for anybody. And I don't know, I want to figure out, I don't know, motivation is a huge problem for me still. Like, this is part of why I am not currently doing the workshops, is it's hard for me to get motivated enough that this is a thing that I actually should be doing, and that I can handle being around all these people, and that doing the workshop is actually going to lead to stuff that I want. So part of the problem that I had with some of the stuff I was doing before, like some of the art and public speaking stuff that I was doing, which is like the more success I had, the more it pushed me into doing stuff that I really, really didn't want to be doing. Like, you know, just being around people that I didn't want to be around, being in kind of public situations that seemed like they were pushing me away from the more genuine connections that I actually liked, and just that kind of stuff. So I'm still trying to find the right balance. Right now, I am paying the bills with a combination of savings from all the previous stuff that I've worked on, plus money from my generous and wonderful patrons. So right now, it's kind of I'm working on this full time, but I don't really know how sustainable it is, which kind of depends on how well it works and how well the channel grows and how much other stuff I end up doing. And that stuff stresses me out a lot. I'm sure it stresses out anybody who has to work with that kind of uncertainty in their lives, which is probably most creative people. And I certainly have less uncertainty than a lot of people in their work. Not trying to say I have it super bad or anything, but it's enough to be stressful. Oh yeah, Andre says you seemed more like an artist than an engineer in that sense. I can totally relate. I'm much the same, maybe not the same skill set. Yeah, that was actually what kind of drew me to, I don't know, I feel like I had this whole cycle of like, oh man, artists are great because they totally work the way I work and I can get along with artists, and then I just got kind of disillusioned by them, but maybe that was more like the social structures that kind of surround art in San Francisco, and less just like the condition of being an artist, I think. I don't know, kind of hard to separate those sometimes. Oh, what kind of screws go in here? I could try to figure it out, but it would be actually really easy to just check the CAD model. Welcome to the CAD model. So this is the piece we've been working on. These are the screws I have a question about. Frame. Oh, there are really so many pieces here. I'm just trying to turn off the ones that are in the way so that I can get to the ones that I care about. Oh, that's top rollers. I want frame brackets. Yeah. Oh, these are long. M3x35s. So yeah, this is kind of what we're assembling here. This is the measurement capstan with its encoder. This is the force measurement assembly with its strain gauge. And then all these rollers getting the cord back down onto the spool. So M3x35s. Such a cat. Oh, Jarrett says California always seems like a place people go to or leave, but rarely stay. That certainly seems relatable. Yeah, man. Really hard time with the social scene here. Like at first it was just kind of this enigma that was like, ah, oh, if I figure this out, then I'll figure out how to have a good time and it'll be great. But then now I guess it just feels like, well, I could figure out more about it, but from what I know so far, it just seems awful. And why would anyone want to be close to it? And I mean, I know a lot of people enjoy it, but it's also just, I mean, it's very mean, and it's very classist, it's very sexist, and there isn't really much about it after I started finding the parts that made it really unwelcoming for a lot of people. You know, and then I start thinking, well, what's actually good about this? And it's like, most of what seems good about it is just this ephemeral, like, oh, it's just this quality of having people around you that seem like they're your kind of people. But it doesn't really go deeper than that. Something about that I still miss, though. The alternative feels very lonely. Now I just feel like nobody's my kind of person. So this is a little bit tricky. This wiring here needs to be sure to go under the capstan here. And I probably should have added some kind of guide for this wiring. I might end up having to stake this down with glue or something over here. But for now, I just want to make sure it's out of the way of this bracket. 6 screws go in. Oh yeah, if you grew up here, then you're really well positioned to be one of those social connector people that brings other people close to you, and then they're like, what even is this? But then you just make it look so good that they keep trying. Oh, why is this stripping so much on the screw? That ball driver seems like it's a bit marginal on this particular screw head. I'm just trying to watch for when this actually comes out so that I can be sure to line it up in the screw hole in the next piece. Man, I should find a different driver for this. Anything in this kit fit better? How about this one? There we go. I just want these poking out the bottom in at least a couple places as a position reference. I also clearly could have made these holes a little bit wider so that they'd be like actual clearance holes instead of kind of threading themselves a little. I mean, with these, it's really easy to clear them out with the drill. But I don't think it's totally worth it, because I can just do it this way too. I just put the screw in and then tighten it, and it should be fine. There we go. Oh yeah, Good Old Boy networks are really great for the people who are in them, and they don't even have to be boys. I mean, the last Good Old Boy network I was in was mostly like brightly colored queer folks. Well, actually, I don't know if that's true. I think it was one of those networks that was kind of queer themed, but a lot of the people were still pretty heterosexual, which is also a little bit weird. I should be putting the nuts in these imminently, because these are probably going to need them. Let's get these far enough in that they won't just fall out, and then start getting them to bite into the nuts on the other side. And this one is maybe where the ball driver could be useful. Okay, let's try adding some power to this. Oh, I was going to use my big drill, but actually somebody recently gifted me a tiny electric screwdriver. Let's see if that actually works for this. So I don't know if this will help, but let's try it. I think this is IKEA brand. It takes different size. Is this an adapter? Yes. Great. It is slightly faster than turning by hand. This might need charging. Okay. Oh yeah, I might have seen that review from AVE on the, I don't know if it was the same IKEA driver though. I think this one's kind of old. So I'm kind of having to shove the nuts all the way down in there. Oh no, that one went sideways. And making sure they unsideways themselves when that happens. I unsidewaysed it and then residewaysed it. There we go. My experience in San Francisco is more like there's this house that says you're always welcome until suddenly you aren't. It's this culture of unwritten rules and powerful social back channels. Nope, this just doesn't have the power. I'm gonna try charging this. Well, I know this one's charged. Let's torque limit this a little bit, maybe. Yeah. Oops. That was great until I tilted it a little bit too much. Okay, more like that. Okay. I'm gonna check these by hand, but seems mostly good so far. We have engagement with all the nuts, so we can safely turn it over. And let's just check these. Proper workbench, messy AF, yeah. I mean, this is mostly related to the current project even. Imagine that. I mean, I actually cleaned off the workbench before, well, not this project, but the one, the bold port stringy kit, which if you haven't seen that, I released a new edited video, I think yesterday, maybe the day before. I think it was yesterday. And that was from the bold port stringy kit. And when I filmed that, I cleaned the desk off right before, and the desk is still clean from that. Can't you tell? Alright, so that is getting there. So this long wire, we can start to manage it a little bit by running it down this little slot. Maybe it's a good time to mount the load cell amplifier board before this thing gets too complicated. Let's warm up the soldering iron and the heat stake tool, which is also a soldering iron. So that goes through here. No! Raise your hand if you saw that one coming. Oof. Well, we will be installing a couple of these little brass things. Now my stash of them will have more plastic than before. So yeah, there's the cord for the encoder. And then we want to have a similar... Oh man, yeah, the wire management here could use work. I guess I thought they would just be so short that it wouldn't matter that much, but I want to be sure to at least keep the wire out of the encoder there. Let's use a spudger to push it further down into that channel. Yeah, that's more like what I wanted. That's fine. That's not in any danger of touching anything. Yeah, I can add some glue if I want, but mostly I think I just need to mount the amplifier and solder those on. Okay. Alright, that's the spot for the load cell amplifier. So the amplifier has this 4-pin header on it right now. It seems alright, although I don't know if I actually want that. Anyway, the amplifier board is going to continue to be removable just with those 2 screws. The holes there, those are designed for these little brass heat set inserts. And the easiest way to put those in is just with a soldering iron tip that isn't so critical. So I was just using this old iron with a, well, old but still quite good iron with an old and not so good tip on it. Kind of like that. I also just put it around the soldering iron, but I was trying to try it this way to see if this would give me more control as I put it in. Not so sure. Now I've got some plastic gook in the middle, which might require drilling out, which is unfortunate. If I put in a screw, will it push that stuff down? Kinda. Maybe pushing the soldering iron through the middle is actually necessary. Alright, plan A1/2. Alright, those need to cool, but I think that'll do. So meanwhile, let's prepare this amplifier board a little bit. I guess mostly I just want to put some wires on it. I'm trying to think about whether I care about keeping these headers. They make decent strain relief for a cable. As far as wire, I could just use ribbon cable or something along those lines. See if I have something convenient with 4 conductors. Whoa. Speaking of strange multi-core wire, anybody remember these? I think that came from a really old third-party Nintendo extension cord or something like that. Yeah, maybe ribbon cable is the right kind of stuff to use. I have some servo cable with 3 pins, but we really need 4 for this. Oh, here's a 4-pin cable. It has a shield connected to the wrong line, though. It's like a old-style sound card auxiliary audio cable, and so it has a shield on pin 2, which is not useful here. So maybe just some ribbon cable. Slice off 4 pins from that. Alright, let's put this aside. Alright, I'm going to keep this header as a strain relief and then just solder and heat shrink the wires to that. So I'm just going to take, I think this is a 9-pin ribbon cable for some reason. I'm just going to take the first 4 pins off of it. And just use that. Put this aside for something else. Oh, yeah. Well, I do have some, so Thomas was saying that they're happy that my wire comes out of a junk bag and not off a spool. Well, I do have some wire spools, but I tend to get them for just stuff that I use a lot of. So, like I have some, like this white silicone wire I've been using comes off a spool. And I have this spool of, like I almost used this rainbow ribbon cable I got from a surplus store a while ago. But I haven't been using that stuff lately because the insulation has been starting to get gummy on it, which is no fun. But yeah, I got that stuff from a surplus store big old spool for 10 bucks a while ago. I'm carrying her around with me every time I move. Heat shrink. I'm going to label pin 1 blue and the other ones can be white. Actually, before I even put those on, I'm going to tin the wire because that actually has a decent chance of heating the wire enough to shrink the heat shrink prematurely. We have cat butt on stream. Tinned. Let's tin these a little bit too. All of these are going to slide off. Alright, just tacked them together. See if I can slide these over. Oh, these were a little too close at the end. And got overheated and shrank a little bit. Let's redo those last two. Oh, failing at a simple heat shrink job. Well, can't win them all. Very quick there. Trying to hold the wire to heat sink it. And quick there. Let's see if that worked. It's a little warm in the backdraft there. There we go. All right, and let's see if we can combine these pieces. I think this wants some really short M3 screws. I think I've got M3 by 8. These might still be too long. I mean, I left a lot of space in there, but I think there's a kind of clog inside the nut from putting it in and getting oozing plastic around the nut threads. This seems to be working though. Oh, maybe that's just spinning the inserts around now. Well, I don't know if this is worth redoing. I mean, it seems like it's not working great, but it's kind of working. Oh, this one is still tightening though, so maybe I didn't lose grip. Maybe it's just pushing past a clog. I'm going to want to try to refine my technique for putting these in, but maybe this one will work out just fine and I don't have to backtrack it. These bolts are also wide enough that they're just barely interfering with the header there. Oh yeah, okay. This feels better. I think I moved past the plastic clog and this feels like it's just tightening nicely again. Okay. Yeah. That seems pretty alright. And then the little ribbon can join the encoder. The encoder has a nicer shielded cable, but oh well. That's fine. Okay, so that's more like what I wanted. This slot exists mostly to keep the wires out of the mechanism as it's spinning. So I think the next step is just to solder this to the amplifier. Trim these wires much shorter and solder them on. Fairly delicate wire. All right. Just the usual tinning these, taking off the old wires from the board, and then swapping these over. These are the sensor wires, and then these are the power wires. I added this extra filter cap because this circuit really seemed like it needed one, and it was in the reference design for the HX711, but this breakout was missing the bulk capacitance on the excitation voltage, which the HX711 has kind of a built-in filter for that, but it needs an external capacitance. The polarities on either side don't matter hugely much. It's like if I swap the green and the white, then it just changes the sign of the readings. Alright. So that seems okay. I might want a little bit of hot glue or something to keep that out of the mechanism, but that can wait until later in the assembly. So that's the two sensors, load cell and measurement capstan. These two rollers. This roller seems to be having trouble. Ah, that needs a little bit of clearing around the nut on this side. Yeah, I definitely cut this a little too close. There was some reason this clearance was a big deal in the model, and I didn't want to just make this arbitrarily big, though. Like, I think I was worried about having enough material to hold the bearing, and this area behind it was kind of important around... Oh, that's what it is. Yeah, the bolt holes go through really close to there. So, in fact, you can see some holes where there wasn't actually a lot of material there. But yeah, the bolt holes, I I would have had to change my strategy slightly to make a lot more room for them. So maybe I clean out these holes before mounting the nuts next time. Oh, that one definitely did not lock tight. Okay. Is Mikey talking to me, tragic, you have so much free time to work on these projects? Or is that somebody else? I don't know if I have any free time. I mean, when you work for yourself, is your free time all your time or none of your time? Kind of depends on your definition, I guess. I mean, if this was just my, like, fun time to relax, I think it would be a little different. This is... I mean, this is not something that... I mean, like, I try to make it fun, but the main reason I do this is not to relax. The main reason I do this is to continue trying to produce content that will help me, you know, spread useful knowledge and pay the rent. Cat cam project is definitely more on the like fun end of the project spectrum, but it also seemed like one of those things that would dovetail well with all the other things and help make them more interactive. Mikey says, you wouldn't call this work as such though, surely? I mean, try doing it all the time and trying... I mean, like, it's one of those things where, like, it certainly has all of the same stresses and motivations as other jobs I've had. You always worry that you're not producing enough, or that you're producing completely the wrong thing, or that you're just wasting all of your time, and you don't really have, like, a boss or a lot of other people you can talk to just get honest opinions about stuff. So, I mean, yeah, aspects of it are fun for sure, but as a whole, I wouldn't just say it's like a fun thing to do. It's definitely work. I'm really just trying to put the minimally useful amount of Loctite on this thing, so it's probably not a bad sign that it came off on its own. Would much rather do that than have this thing be completely impossible to ever disassemble. But of course, all the stuff I'm actually applying this to, I'm expecting it to be at least somewhat hard to get apart. There we go. I think that got into the right place. Okay, so we have those rollers, we have this roller. Look at all the rolling. Okay, so these two rollers still need some work. One of them is installed, and it's alright, but I'm not really happy with how freely it's rolling, so I think I might take that apart and try to trim it a little bit. I'll try to trim the plastic boogers. And then I just need another one just like it once I've got that one into a state that I'm happy with. Oh yeah, and we do have this roller ready to go. So this just goes up into this location. You can just hang out there. Mikey says, fair enough. What would be a fun thing to do for Micah then? Were you not spending every waking hour in the shop? I don't know. That's a terrible question. Yeah, I don't know. I have trouble with fun. I've had fun in the past. I know what it's like. I'm not really sure how to reliably create it these days. So this piece is an outer roller, 2 bearings, and a little inner spacer. And this has gone through a couple of design iterations. I think this version is actually alright, and I have another one not assembled but printed. I think the main thing this needs is some trimming on this inner surface here, which still looks a little rough. But before we get there, maybe I'll just try to get another one to the same point so we can be working on those in parallel. So that needs these bearings, a bunch of cleanup. Somewhere here there's an inner part. Am I missing the inner part? I hope I didn't assume that was an old version of a different roller and throw it out. Well, I can tell the printer to make another one of these pretty quickly. It's a pretty small file. Let's see if I have that piece nearby. Oh, is that it? It might be one of these. I don't know why I have 2 of these. I was supposed to only have 1. But I don't know what else this would be for. This has got to be it. Are these the same height? One seems to be a little taller. I think they're the same height. Let's use this one. Oh, playing with my cat is fun. That counts as fun. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that I do to, like, just unwind. Like, I take breaks when I work. Like, I'll play with my cat. I like watching other people's electronics videos and random stuff like that. Sometimes I get into reading. I like walking. I like taking long walks. But that feels more like relaxing than fun. Fun feels like a different thing. There was like a dance club that I used to go to that was fun. I think there were a lot of things that were fun, but never seemed to lead to a good place. Like, oh, this is fun, but the people that I hang out with there are always mean. Or, oh, this is fun, but only in theory. When I actually try it, it's terrible. like, a lot of my experiences with art are like that. Like, oh, it would be nice to have like a piece of art at a show or something, and then I actually try to do it, and everything that's involved is terrible. I don't like interacting with people about the art. I don't like being there around all the people. I don't like actually just a lot of the process involved in making it happen. And it's like, it's one of those things that's a lot of work, and then you get to the point where you kind of expected there to be a payoff, and then, no, actually, okay, I guess I just learned something. Ah, that came off in one piece. Vavasaur says my dating profile is playing with cat, long walks on beach. Yeah, basically. As long as it's not too cold. I mean, beaches are nice though. I can put up with some cold for a beach. Yeah, I mean, I've just gotten so pessimistic about the people around here, though. It just seems like everyone works for some big tech company that's trying to create just an awful set of products and own everything. And then it's like, well, okay, some amount of that seems necessary to survive here, I guess, but when it just seems like people have completely stopped trying to fight against that, I get really sad. It's just like, wait, guys, I thought we all cared about something similar. Because, like, I came from, like, the old school internet where, you know, we were just putting stuff together and expected it all to be pretty DIY, and then it was frustrating when people started building fences, and, like, that's kind of inevitable, but I also just don't necessarily want to surround myself with people who are in the business of maintaining and building those fences. Like, I want to be on the other side of that. I want to be trying to give people tools for taking apart the fences. And I mean, that's, to some extent, it's a problem that you can face when you're looking for a job. And it's, to a different extent, maybe a problem you face when you're just trying to find people who are compatible. And I've definitely seen both sides of that here. I mean, right now, I'm not really looking for a job. I'm trying to do this YouTube stuff full-time and see how well that works and see how long it takes me to run out of money and just die sad and depressed. Or whether it actually works out. Or, you know, but it still makes it kind of hard to feel like I can really find people around here that I'm on the same page with. But it's okay, I can just work all the time. Okay, I think those are good. This might need a little bit of cleaning on the edges. These little pieces are kind of annoying. Okay, let's try putting bearings in here. Here's a bearing. Oh yeah, that's a nicer, easy fit. And a little bearing. Oh, this whole thing of bearings, cool. Might need to order more bearings soon. Well, I definitely will to build the rest of these winches. Oh, I should take that bolt out before it gets stuck. Oh, that's a good question from Mikkel, who asks, what about hackerspaces? Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, what about hackerspaces is actually a question that I'm still trying to answer too. I made some attempts at hanging out in this hackerspace called Noisebridge in San Francisco a while ago, but that hackerspace was pretty dysfunctional in a lot of ways, and like just generally had a lot of people who would tend to kind of harass you when you worked, and like didn't really feel like a place that I liked being. I've heard it's gotten better, and I haven't really tried it since, so I could, but like since I live in the East Bay now, I kind of like not having to be super close to San Francisco, since, I mean, at least with the current social and political climate, it seems like kind of less corporate, more kind of DIY people that I'm more likely to get along with are probably not going to be in San Francisco, because San Francisco is so expensive, and the only reason you go there is to work at a big corporate job, as far as I can tell right now. So then there's the East Bay closer to where I'm in the East Bay. That's just the part of the region that I'm in, and there are a couple of hacker spaces around here. I recently tried one out. I like went to an event briefly and made an attempt at assessing the space, and like that one seemed more like just a place that existed to share the tools rather than a place that seemed like it could be really much of a social nexus. So I don't know if I'd really get much out of that place. Somewhere I have a vice. Here it is. And then there's another hackerspace or two that I've been meaning to try out that I just haven't really been able to. I mean, they're like on my list of things to try when I have energy to do social things. So that's still kind of a work in progress. And yeah, that might lead somewhere. I mean, I certainly might find people through a hackerspace. This is looking all right. Movie over. Mikkel asks about open days. I mean, so I went to like a, yeah, I mean, the model that most of these have is like there are events that you can go to, and yeah, so I've been keeping an eye on those. And I tried going to this place locally called Ace Monster Toys. Just went on a tour and then hung out at kind of an Arduino workshop. Well, I didn't even really hang out there. It was, I don't know, I approached it, I looked at it from a distance. I'll probably try going back, but that place, I mean, I don't know, it seemed okay. It seemed like more a place people go to use the tools than a place people go to meet people. And like it was kind of expensive, so like I guess, you know, I don't know if I'd get a membership just to use the tools, and if it's not going to be full of other people who are, you know, not also paying a bunch of money and are just there to use the tools, then it's probably not going to be super useful. And then there's, but I mean, there's other hacker spaces. I'm forgetting the name. There's one called Pseudo Room that I've been meaning to try out. And yeah, it's just a matter of like find an event, plan to go to it, try not to be terrified about every single person. Oh, thanks, camera. Mikkel asks, have you considered maybe holding a workshop? Yeah, definitely. I think about it constantly, and it's something I've done in the past and that I plan to do in the future. I'm just not quite sure how to approach it because of this whole thing where, like, I think for a while I was finding, I was having a good time doing, like, light art sort of workshops, and that was working out all right. It was it was a thing people liked, and I could use it as an excuse to get people interested in various aspects of electronics, and kind of making things with your hands, and that was nice. But I just hate where that goes, like the art cults around here. I don't want to be supporting that, so I don't know. Like, I could probably do it, I just need to figure out how to not hate it. And then Mikkel is suggesting 3D CAD workshops. I guess. I don't feel like I'm an expert at CAD. I might be able to help people. I mean, some of what I'm dealing with is just general purpose social anxiety, and then some of it is just like, oh, I've had specific bad experiences with this specific group of people, and this is a small overlap, and or a small world, and I keep finding overlaps with those people everywhere. And it's like, oh, every new group of people might just be more of that, more of the same stuff. I don't even know how much of that would be better if I moved. I just don't know how to get over this experience of like trusting someone and then having them like really hurt you afterwards. It kind of makes you just not want to not try doing anything with people for a long time. And then some people might say, well, you have to try, but I'd be like, that sounds like something an extrovert would say. Do you? Do you have to try? But yeah, maybe you do. I don't know. I'm still trying to figure that out. Yeah, running events is probably a good strategy because, like, then that's like a form of social connectorness that I can handle. Like, I can't be like the independent, charismatic project leader type person because I don't want to start a cult and I don't know how to start a project without accidentally turning it into a cult. But if I can just do a simple thing, like a series of workshops that doesn't have to be like a big social phenomenon, then I'm okay with being in charge of that, and I think like that's something I know I can do, and then the people will come to me. But yeah, I just get down on this whole area, like, oh, everybody here is just like turning the crank on the giant tech behemoths, and so I don't want to be part of that, and so I just kind of back away, and I just keep backing away, and I don't know where to stop. Oh, let's see how well this does. I'm trying to trim all the obvious boogers that could be interfering with the bearings. I think it maybe stand to be a little less tall. That seems good so far. Not really freely spinning. I guess that I'm just Looking at the thing that Robert posted in chat. I don't know if that's what I'm looking for. That does not look fun to me. This is not super smooth. I wonder if this is pressure being put on the bearing shield by these little bumps on the side. Oh, okay, I missed the context, sorry. Didn't mean to just be like, why did you put that in chat? I meant to be like, that doesn't seem relevant to me, but okay. I didn't realize it was an answer to someone else. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, I don't know if I need to overthink this right now. Maybe I can just finish putting these together. Everyone's like, too late, you're already overthinking everything. Yeah, so Andre says it's okay to be an introvert and not have tons of friends. I totally agree. That is completely okay. The thing that I need is just like a couple, like maybe just one or two pretty close friends. And I've had that off and on, but this is one of those periods where I kind of don't have that anymore. Maybe I need to make these parts less tall. It would be easy to reprint these, and I think that's probably what they need, because this just isn't fitting super well. Let's just do that, because otherwise this is not going to be, this is a problem. This is just not fun to turn. And I think the only thing I need to change is just make the whole thing a little less tall. Yeah. So I've actually been doing some tweaking of these rollers off camera, and this is something that I thought was going to be mitigated by just trimming the 3D print, but I guess not. So maybe this means a small trip back to CAD. Ooh, getting that out is pretty tough. Something I can poke through the middle of the nut with. There we go. All right. Let's make those a little shorter and get that printing. Oh man. So the simple thing. So we're talking about these two rollers. And let's just look at those side pieces. All right. So I could go back and modify the original definition of this piece, but since this document has become kind of a nightmare of dependencies at this point, I think I might just add some extrusions to trim it. And it looks like I have two copies of the same part here, so I can just edit one of them. So this one and that one are the same. Oh, I need a keyboard. extrude. Let's take a 0.5 millimeter off of that. Oh geez, what just happened? Oh, new body is not what I want. Cut. Short roller. And then those should stay lined up. So yeah, I just took a cut out of both of these since they're actually just the same object. So another 0.5 millimeter out of this side. Also a cut, not a new body. And then, so this I'm just making kind of more clearance for the bearing. The thing that actually sets the length is this middle piece. But I also want to remove some material here just to ensure that the bearing is sitting on this middle piece and not on this outer ridge. This is just for strengthening the tube. And in fact, I think I'm gonna, you know what, instead of removing that, I'm just gonna chamfer it completely. That'll also make this easier to print. In fact, I might not need support at all. Why can't I, why didn't I pick a nice number for this? Just chamfer that, 2.15 millimeter. So now it's just kind of a strengthening band around the middle, which is more of what I wanted. Not that one, actually. Okay, and I could trim one or both of these sides. I think I'm just going to take one of these sides in by 0.5 millimeter, I guess. Is that too much? If this is too short, then I'm going to end up compressing these two pieces toward each other as I tighten the bolt. I think a 0.5 millimeter is probably about right. All right. And then let's also give that piece a really light chamfer just to make it sit against the bearing a little bit better. I think that'll still be printable. Okay, and then these pieces are the same. Let's get them ready to print. I just want to throw these on the printer because it'll be a really quick print job and we can probably come back to it later in this stream. I don't know why these were separate components. They really did not need to be separate components. Okay, this is short roller 2. Oh, I already have a short roller 2. This must have actually been version 3. This part might be slightly more complicated because of I ended up having to like rebuild my Fusion 360 file by taking another Fusion 360 file and a step file and like slicing and dicing the pieces that I wanted after a kind of giant history explosion a few streams ago. These are both 3. Is Kira still trying to open? Is Kira trying? I think so, yeah. Here we go. Ooh, a new version. Let's do that later. Since we'll need 2 of these, I might as well just make a G-code that has all of these parts, because they're so little. This will give a little bit of stringing in between them, but I think my retraction settings are such that I don't think I have a whole lot to worry about. And these are still set up to slice pretty much solid, so let's take a look at that. We should be good to go without support material. It's pretty basic. All right, switch to the portable camera and get this loaded into the printer. Dylan suggests printing the small pieces in the middle of the big ones. I don't think the slicer makes it super easy to do that actually, because it works with boundaries. So like if you drag it, like we can try that, but I think if you drag that in there, it'll just move it to the side. Yeah. So, I mean, I could probably make it do that, but it might require some fussing with settings, and it just, like, it's easier to not. Getting my phone on the screen so we can watch that. All right. So, let's get the SD card. This is the stupidest place for a card reader. Oh, come on. Cool. Do its thing. Cat is in a good mood today. So, back to this. Okay, so we have new versions of these printing. Let's take apart the old versions. This might be easier with the hot knife. Let's try just cutting them apart first. Oh yeah, Tuco's saving that bolt for later. Yeah, the bolt, it's getting cold. He hasn't touched it. They are much easier to put together than to get out. I'm just realizing that I guess a lot of the people I know who have been the most kind of, social connectors who kind of bring people together who like to do similar things. Like the people I know around here, well, and I'm not really close with anybody like that anymore, but in the past, they've always been people who had lived here like all their lives. And I guess that gives you a different outlook on the place. Growing up in the Bay Area must be a super weird thing. That must just be like a strange way to be a human. But lots of things are strange about being a human. It's pretty strange to single out any one of them. Sending some shards of PLA over into the heater, which I'm sure will be fun come winter. I actually got a PLA bolt stuck in the upstairs heater when I was playing fetch with Tuco, and this was before he decided that nylon was superior to PLA. And so I was throwing a PLA bolt, and it ended up bouncing into the heater, and it just stuck there. I think it just ended up burning off eventually. Those are taken apart. What can we do while we're waiting on the print? So, I think the top and bottom halves can go together now. I don't think we're waiting on anything else there. So, just trying to catch up on chat slightly. Fred asks, any thought of setting up something like Octoprint for your 3D printers? I have Octoprint on my other 3D printer, just not on the little one. Oh, and then Big Clive with cheese. Yeah, I don't know, cheese is weird. And then Mike asks, what kind of heaters are they? This is one of the big industrial, like a big blower fan with a gas heat exchanger behind it. So, like, the interior where the bolt landed doesn't get super hot, but enough that it smelled like PLA for a while. Yeah, this is nice. I think all of this is good. So, this goes in there. This goes in there. Although I think it'll be much easier to put this in on the other side. So let's see if we can get this to fit against the motor. might want to, well, I was going to say we might want to put something in here, but that's going to have to go in after the spool, so that'll just be, like, I know that's not the most accessible set of screws, but I did my best given the motor placement. So for this, I think I can just try to wedge this in there without damaging the gear as best as possible. Might want to get all this PLA shmoo off of it. I mean, that stuff would probably come out pretty easily, but... Alright. Okay. So I think I want to carefully try to get those to mesh and then apply pressure, pushing the gears together as I try to slip the bearing into its housing. I think last time I did this with the bolt taken apart, but I think you can do it both ways. Yep. Cool. That feels pretty solid. Then that, sure. Oh yeah, and then the wires have to go through the second hole. Let's do that next. Oh wow. I was just reading Nicholas's comment who says, here we have cheeses that are forbidden from being sold before 6 months. It's like too new. That's neat. Food safety is such a weird thing. I guess it's like a lot of things where humans have very little information about what the risk actually is, but then they get really risk averse to it. I mean, I guess that's basically the social situation I was just describing. I am now very risk averse about being with humans, but I'm not really sure what. Well, I mean, I've got some idea of like what to avoid, but maybe I'm overdoing it. Now, I want to make sure this isn't twisted as it goes through. Twist. That's fine. Something is acting like it's way too long. I think it's this roller. How is that roller way too long? Is it just not sitting where it's supposed to? Or is it the interior washers I added? Oh, I thought I had more clearance, but maybe those washers are part of the problem. That's just super weird. I must have done something to make this roller way longer than the previous one when I rebuilt it. So if I take that out, it should fit. Yeah, it fits great without that roller. So what did I do to this? I try replacing those. Yeah, let's try taking out some of the washers. It might be a case of too many washers. also could just make this part smaller, or less long. I mean, I just thought I already had enough taken off. So my first guess is that the washers are the problem. So I'm taking the washer off the interior, and it looks like I still don't have any rubbing between the shield and this part. I just threw them on there because I thought they would help, but I overestimated how much clearance I had. That seems alright. Let's see if it fits. That is still too long. Huh. Okay. I don't know why I didn't see this problem before. I mean, I might have accidentally made this longer in CAD, or it might be that last time I had it assembled such that it was being compressed significantly more by the bolt. But I guess we're gonna have to change this too. Darn. Okay, more CAD. I try to do the boring parts off camera, but you get to see a lot of the boring parts too, it turns out. That's not what I want. Okay, so we are here on this roller. This is the one that I was having to... Well, I was a little concerned about the inner diameter of this. I think clearing it off with the drill ended up helping. I might try nudging this a little bit up, though, if I can. Which does require going back into the history on this part, but I've done this before recently and it hasn't been a problem, so I'm pretty sure I can do it without exploding everything. It's this sketch. Yeah, so that was 8.15. I think the much too large diameter I had before was like 8.35. I'm just going to set it to 8.23 for now. Let's go back to the present day. I really don't want to change the length of that. I think that's probably going to mess with dependencies. It might not, but I don't know for sure that I didn't depend on the length anywhere important. So instead, I'm going to make sure we're at the present day. And... oh, you know, I thought I had... Maybe I'm being bit by the little version fork I mentioned. Oh no, there it is. That's the space I thought I had. So why do I have significantly less than that space? That's interesting. Well, let's take off a little more anyway, and then make sure that our slicing looks right. It's fine for this to be too short by a bit. That doesn't really impact much. What is a millimeter like? That's an entire millimeter. That looks... oh, what happened here? Oh. Does anybody else see that this bearing is not at all lined up with the thing it's inside of? Okay. Well, that would be a big part of the problem. That was definitely something that happened in one of the recent rebuilds on this document. In that case, I think I need to change the extrusion length on this to try to get this back where it was. Oh, this is going to be bad, isn't it? So I can go edit feature. So this was extruding from this bearing down to here with a 0.2 millimeter gap, which is kind of what I want. Except I want this gap to be bigger, and the starting point was wrong. But this means that maybe, well, this definitely requires having to go back in history a little bit. This is just, I really am going to try to do this without messing up my document completely. So, can we go back to the moment right before that extrude? Why is there so little in here? There's usually a scroll bar. See, in here it's rolling back to that location, but it isn't showing me where it is down here. I think I might have to open... I don't know how to get the scroll bar back for this window without reopening Fusion. Oh, Whisperfist needs a higher res description of my shirt. Yeah, this was... You know, it's funny, I was just talking about how much I don't get along with that old social group that I used to, but this was actually a project that I kind of, well, this was related to that one time I went to Burning Man, and I worked on this project that was, well, I helped run this thing that was kind of a fire art video game thing. It was basically a game of DDR, where when you make a mistake, they shoot you with fire, and you wear a fireproof suit, and it's kind of silly. And they ran it in the desert, and I helped them with the last time they ran it. And so because of that, the place where we ran it was kind of situated along with a few other fire arcade games, and it was called the Charcade. So this was the Charcade Kickstarter t-shirt. It's an arcade on fire. It's kind of silly. There was a lot that I liked about that. I just don't like the part where it was kind of a cult. Like, that's the part that I would really kind of against. And like, I mean, I don't know. It's like there's a continuum of cults, but had several of the important features. It was not nearly as dangerous as some cults, but wasn't still not a thing that I wanted to be really in. Yeah, so Ryan says Charcade. Yeah, so Dance Dance Immolation was the thing that I helped run, and this shirt was from Charcade. I didn't really know the Charcade folks super well. I met some of those in Toronto, and they seemed super nice. I mean, I can't really speak to the like larger culture around Charcade, but like the people I worked on Dance Dance Immolation with specifically, like that felt super, super culty. It was like more culty than the average startup, for sure. Significantly more so, but not quite like build a compound in the middle of nowhere and have a completely cut off society sort of cult. Kind of in the middle. All right, well, do I have any of this back? Let's see, so this is what we were looking at moving before. This is the one that just is not starting at the right location. So, and it's probably just I need to fix that joint, but I want to make sure I'm at the right location in the timeline before messing with that. So I'm in the side roller component. I've got that highlighted. I expect to see something in my timeline that shows me where that feature came from. And I don't see it. Maybe I need this highlighted. Now the scroll bar is back. There's a feature. Oh, Okay, well there's where it goes wrong. Where does this position come from? There's the bearing. Do we have any joints at this point? We have a joint. Maybe I just had that attached to the end of the bolt. Okay, what is this joint? Okay, that's fine. And then is there another joint between the nut and the end of the bolt? Maybe that's the one we want to sever. There's the nut. We have two joints. Yeah, let's delete that joint. This could all go horribly wrong. Where did that go? There we go. Delete. And so now we just have some stuff that's not actually attached. Okay, it's way over there. So now we need to reattach it. When you're rotating a point that's around a point that's completely not convenient for what you're actually doing. Oh, are we... Yeah, this is the inner shelf that we're talking about. That's better. Okay. There's a little extra shaft. That's fine. Ooh. What's that? Why is that way over there? Oh no. Oh, the sketch was way over here too. That's right, I built the whole thing over here, which is not the most useful thing now. Well, I could redo this sketch. I don't know if there's an easy way to move it. Maybe I just need to move this part before extruding. don't know, maybe I just redo the sketch. I mean, it's really simple. What are the relevant diameters? That's, yeah, 8.23 and 12 millimeters. Alright, so let's back up, delete this. Hope I don't regret deleting that. Okay, that's all construction geometry. Can I afford to make this bigger than 12? I mean, this is kind of a narrow gap for the cord to go through otherwise. Well, let's stick with 12. And then this next extrude that we're about to do, I think I need to roll there and then edit it. Yeah, missing profiles. Not that one either. Okay, 0.5 millimeter extra. Alright, will it roll? Trying to forward the history to the present day. Maybe. Maybe. We've got some warnings. I don't know if I care. So there's a little space down there. No space up there, but in reality the space will be split between the two ends. I just didn't feel like cutting it on both sides. I'm going to add a little chamfer on the edges just to give us a little bit more room between the edge and the bearing shield, and then these will be ready to print. Okay. Winch-bot roller tube. Roller tube 4. So many roller tubes. This will be smaller at least. It'll be quicker to print. All right. Okay. I'm going to check on the status of the printer really quick to see if it's worth swapping over files or if we should find something else to do on this thing. Maybe the happy cat. printer's making good progress, but it's not done yet. All right. Well, I guess I get to take apart this tube assembly. Oh, using screws as a shaft, yeah. I mean, it seemed pretty sufficient for this. Oh, this one was a really tight fit. Maybe this is my opportunity to use the induction heater to get this one apart. Does this cut out nicely? Yeah, maybe let's try getting that hot. Okay. Slight diversion. It is almost ready to be bolted together, but at the moment it's still kind of fragile. Let's put this coil back on, and then we can use that to heat up the metal a little bit. Screwdrivers. Oh. So far under the desk I could no longer find them. Alright, pancake coil to the side. Do not have this set up with the cooling it needs to run at full power, but I think we'll only need a little bit of power to do this. I'm not trying to temper steel, I'm just trying to get this out of some plastic by warming it up. Alright, that seems good. It's feeling warm. I'm only putting like 35 watts into this thing total. I could crank it up a little bit, but it's going to be limited by this power supply until I... Actually, yeah, I should maybe switch over to my higher current 12-volt power supply, because this is sagging down to like 11 volts. But it is warm. Yeah, the plastic's kind of soft, but... Oh, well that definitely... That was enough heat, I guess, or at least other stress to soften the nut, that tiny bit of Loctite. Now this thing is warm, but not super hot. Well, now that I've got my bearing off, maybe I can just heat the rest of it. If I wanted to just like melt off the plastic though, then I might need to switch over to my higher current 12-volt supply. Is that it? Maybe a clamp meter. This is 12 volts at 30 amps. This one's had a bit of a dusty life. Oh, these little alligator terminals might end up being a limiting factor, but let's try to at least give those some good bite. I'm just trying to put this somewhere where you can see it. Okay. This is still kind of warm. So I'm just going to thread that in there and drop it in there and see if I can get the plastic to fall off, basically. Let's try this out. Contact. We have 1.5 amps. It's going up to like 3.5 amps now, 3.7. Let's try that. Looks like I see a little bubbling. Maybe that's my imagination. No, the plastic's soft for sure. Whoa, it's very soft. I can just like grab it and twist it. Let's give it a little more time. Let's really not short out the coil because that might be bad. This ZVS driver will also run at much higher voltages. I think it runs up to, I think it goes over 50 volts, but for this, I don't want to like temper the metal. I'm just trying to get this off. Oh, that might be just right. Yeah! That's what I wanted. Great, you can see a little bit of plastic residue in the threads, but it seems like my threaded rod is not damaged. Probably pretty warm, I'm not going to touch it. Ooh, this is nice. That's warm, but not painfully so. So yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I think somebody was asking about reliability of these ZVS drivers, and I mean, I have not had this one for very long. It doesn't have any safety features, so it's not by itself a dangerous object, but certainly don't leave it running unattended because it will do nothing to stop problems from becoming worse. So, and I've certainly heard from other people who've had these, and then like you give it the wrong voltage or current or something and it gets into a latch-up state where both of the FETs are on and then just pops. So that's certainly a thing that can happen. But yeah, and this is very light duty work. Like this thing is rated at 1 kilowatt. That's what it says on the eBay page. And I've seen people on YouTube get at least what they say is that kind of power out of it, but it requires a bunch of extra cooling, like you might expect. These are not warm, that's good. Stiff plug on this one. Slightly warm heatsink, but nothing to write home about. That's still a little warm. Okay. Are we ready to move the printer over yet? Let me see if it's done. No, printer still has, I'm guessing, probably like 15 minutes to go on the little parts, and then I still need to get it started on the big parts. Well, I guess we can switch gears and assemble something different, because I kind of need those parts to finish assembling that top piece. But there's more we could do for sure. Could also always take an opportunity to regroup and try to do something that preserves my sanity, like not work 24/7, but maybe 23/7. But I don't know. I think there's still some energy left. I guess we could go back to working on the flying portion of the robot a little bit. There's a lot I can do on that. I've been a little hesitant to go super deep into that lately just because I think I'll have time to work on that later, but there's certainly nothing stopping us from just assembling flyer parts right now. But this also might be a good time for me to do some video editing or do some other off-camera stuff while things print. And then I can get back to the assembly and try to actually get some progress out of this winch assembly. Catch up on chat a little bit while folks look at Tuco. Only 100 amps. What is that? That's a lot of current. Yeah, this might be a good time to wrap up the stream. We've been going for like 4 hours, and I know there are still like 65 of you watching, so maybe it looks like my enthusiasm for this is running out before the audience is in aggregate. So I guess that's a good sign. So I'll try to regroup and then come back at this as soon as I can with more assembly, more design, more putting stuff together, more building things, more taking things apart. And as always, I am continuing to edit videos and produce those, and trying a few different things, but trying to find something that'll allow me to produce educational and entertaining content that, you know, can happen on a regular basis. So that's always the formula I'm looking for. How can I do something that seems sustainable for everyone involved? I think I'm getting there. The last video involved a decent amount less editing than most of them because I did all the voiceover afterwards. I don't think I'll always do it that way, but having more of that in my toolbox definitely seems to improve the way I can just release content. So I think this is a good time to put a little more time into video editing. Thanks for joining me, everyone. Happy hacking, and special thanks to all the patrons who support this channel monthly, and special thanks to everyone who sends in hardware. It's all super helpful, and a special thanks to folks who stop by to say hi, because that makes the place worth coming to, having a group of people to enjoy. And a cat, of course. So thanks for stopping by, everyone. I will see you next time.